Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Oh,
for 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren...
No! Traverse the barren?
...plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are
Okay. Okay, it's not just me.
challenging monsters, hidden runes,
Okay,
lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes
available. Find it on YouTube.
Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2,
they aren't
you'll
on
want
YouTube.
to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get...
Are they on YouTube? I couldn't find it. Is the live stream on
skills, you'll
YouTube,
first
guys?
need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing...
Oh my god. No! Never want anything. Blizzard is DDoSing them. Blizzard, let them have their announcement. Is there an online Magic 8-Ball? We need to get to the bottom of this. Okay, type my question here.
Hey, what up, Mr. Cheers, buddy.
Oh. Oh, shit. Who do you guys think it was? No, it said it wasn't Blizzard.
tends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogden, traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city.
Okay,
There are challenging monsters, hidden rooms,
Okay, we're back, boys. We're back.
lost camps
Okay,
and treasures,
here we are.
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
It's Wave of Light from Diablo 3.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Hell yeah!
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Oh my god, thank you.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills.
Hammer of the Gods.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge.
That was a
which
big
allows you to
upgrade
charge
right
towards
there.
enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
God, this game was fucking amazing.
There are 20 active skills for maces,
Jesus.
so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets.
Damn.
You can also stick
I feel like
lightning
we
arrows to
did
the ground
good.
which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Oh my god, this game looks so
You might
good.
have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms
Bro,
are a new
PoE
item type
2
that will
looks so
automatically
good.
defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters.
Such a better system.
You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too.
I love that
It's
my
very fast to switch between
BattleNet
ammo
name
types,
is
as long as you
literally
already have them loaded, which makes the
HIGH.
mercenary able to combo abilities together.
I
with
have the
devastating
original high.
effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive
I
AoE
think
damage.
that's even better than having lifted,
If I come across an armored
honestly.
enemy,
A
I can use
4-letter
armor-piercing
fucking
rounds to break
original
their armor,
name.
and then high velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive
You know what I'm
damage.
saying?
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies.
Let's go Beast
Occult
Builder.
skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions,
We got
curses, and
100.
sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill
they're
screen to
automatically
allocate which
revived,
minions
they
I would
said?
like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage.
I don't know how this
is
is gonna look, but
I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going
yeah,
to
it's
summon some warriors and instead add
literally,
skeletal
if I
archers.
talk, it's high.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own
Okay, so
minions
these
for
guys
even
are
more
kind
damage
of
and
doing
area
it the
of
same
effect.
way I am.
If you want a bigger army,
I'm
you'll
wondering
need a
if they'll
scepter.
bunch in here,
This new
though.
weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you can
these
force
guys
them to make
run
them
up
weaker
and
so your horde can
attack.
take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Oh my god, dude.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast to the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options
Warrior,
as
Ranger,
these.
Witch, Sorceress.
There's a lot more to come.
What did I miss? I thought he said
There's one
6.
more important thing to mention about skills.
Who did I miss?
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Players that have anxiety,
each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it.
That's good.
And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
Good.
Now all of this is just scratching the surface.
Good for the,
you can make frost vortexes, break
players.
people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
I like that a lot.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
Dude, that rebound
Note
looks
that
so
even
good.
though this is in the mercenary section,
Jesus
this would
Christ.
work with projectiles from all classes, so there are
Jesus.
often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
That rebound looks
In
so
order to
nice.
get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can
like
use a
Titan's
two-hand
grip
mace
on
with a
World of
shield, or
Warcraft.
even dual wield them.
I'm gonna stop taking notes. I'm just gonna listen.
Or how about
I'll
Mind
do a
Over Matter,
summary
which makes
tomorrow. I
all
just wanna
damage go
listen
to your
more.
mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take
Oh my-
advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
Dude, you could make a
For the
a
Sorceress,
boss
you might want
weapon
to change between fire
and a
and lightning
farming weapon
specialization.
and press one button and switch it on the boss.
Or
Oh
you
my
could switch
God.
between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your
Dual
bigger
spec
mace.
while you're
Or
playing the
perhaps you
game.
could have a full curse setup on your witch
Like,
to
you don't go
debuff
back, you
enemies
literally
before switching to a
switch
chaos
in the middle of
degen
the
build
map.
for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
God, that map
On the
is
map,
so
you
much
can see
better than their
icons that
piece of
indicate
shit
the many
map that they
optional
have now.
encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items.
Are there 9
If you're having
acts?
trouble getting past a boss,
9
it might
acts
be a
at the
good idea
top?
to explore and see what you can find.
They had 6 and
For
3.
example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat
Yeah.
the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
If you guys
There's
gonna
one
be
in each act.
busy on PoE2's
And we haven't even
release,
talked
you
about
have
the
to
most
change your
important element
plans,
of
Kirk.
character
You have
progression,
to change your plans.
items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
So it never gets worse. It's always
One of the
adding.
things we think is really
Adding,
important is to
adding,
make these
adding.
options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
It's like keeping your
Body armors and
enchantments.
two-hand
You
weapons
keep
can have
them
up to
in
2
the forms
sockets,
of the
while the
runes
rest
and
of your
use them
armor
as
and
you
one-hand
need them.
weapons can only have
It's
one
way
socket.
better than crafting
You
on
can
one
also
item.
salvage items with quality to create
That's
items
really
like
nice,
armor
actually.
scraps or whetstones.
That's
These
really
will
nice.
allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's
Oh, I
build.
love that animation.
They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
Louse,
As a
dude.
sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver.
Man, so.
Honestly, as you said, it is early access.
Aw.
Range small gold. The highest position in Mariketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely.
Damn it.
All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a
Sounds like
warrior of the
PoE with
Mariketh must prove
classes,
their worth by
dude.
trapping the soul
I
of
think
a
it's
djinn
gonna be so
in a coin,
good.
and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
This
Which
Sanctum?
challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to
I
claim?
don't know what this is. I know
Some
this is
rooms are
in
more
PoE 1,
dangerous,
but I don't know what
afflicting
it
you
is.
with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is sacred water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
This is fun.
For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
This is far beyond what
While
I thought
exploring
we
the
would get,
Vaal jungle, you'll
actually.
discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
How you doing, Loust? Yeah, and I don't know if you'll be as locked into classes as you think. Like, it looks like you will be a little bit more, but I still think you'll have a lot
After
of
each
class
room, you'll need to make a
versatility.
choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should
That's
you be able
like
to get through the first 3
D4.
chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same.
Like D4 Nightmare
After
Dungeons.
defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame.
So it looks like a lot of the core like builds of shit like is gonna be a lot like PoE 1, and I think we're gonna have to start a PoE 1 non-hardcore character and play through it.
So how about we talk about that now?
I think I'm gonna have to do
So
that.
far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the end game is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content.
That's exactly
Well,
right.
we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea.
Yes!
Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases.
Works for me.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins.
Works for me.
Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Makes
But
sense.
what is the endgame?
Works for me.
To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All
Look
the
how
areas
nice
in the
that looks.
endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
Is
The
this a
monster
mug?
packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper
So
into
you
the
can't
world.
skip the tough
If you
monsters.
die, then
You
the
have-
map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
This almost reminds me of Ritual instead of Strongbox.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a
Exactly,
guaranteed
Dread.
mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you can create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
I'm
In this
listening
twisted
to it.
domain, you will find nothing but a single
That's what's on in the
massive
background.
breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
PoE2 has this, and we get Tomb Lord.
Day's going good, buddy. How's your day going, bro?
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast.
His name is the shit.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists.
Hell
if you
yeah,
encounter
dude.
this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that
playing
the area
some-
contains
some
ritual
custom
altars.
Maps
Ritual
on
altars demand
Warcraft 3
tribute.
Remastered.
Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sekimers is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful
What up,
enchantment,
Honky? My
or
day
it
was
might
good,
reroll up
dude.
to
How
half
was
of its
yours?
modifiers. Vaal
I'm
Orbs
ordering
also
tacos,
have the
guys.
ability
3
to
more
add a socket,
electrical
allowing you
courses to go,
bypass the
bro?
normal
Good
restriction of
shit,
how
man.
many sockets an item can
Congratulations.
have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this
This is
project
the
is
early
crazy
access
huge.
of PoE
Way
2.
bigger than even we expected when
They
we started
said that
out.
the launch would be double.
How do you gain access?
Double.
Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get
Hell
one by
yeah,
purchasing
dude.
one
I
of the new
feel
early
that.
access supporter
Glad to
packs that
be
have just been
home,
released to the
too.
store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Yeah, he does. Are you kidding me? Get that thing away from me.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
Look at that guy.
Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use,
The
or
hideout
use
is
decorations from
moving?
elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
I don't need to buy this.
Replace your crafting bench in your
But I'm
hideout
gonna
with
buy the
Ancestral
highest
Canoe
supporter
crafting
pack
bench,
just to support
where
grinding
Ancestral
gear
Chief
games.
Marta will summon a giant canoe
I have a key
manned by
anyway, but I'm gonna
Kahui
buy it
warriors
anyway.
to aid in your crafting desires.
So they make another game. I'm
You'll
gonna
also get a
buy the
pair of
highest
weapon
one,
skins.
and looks like I'll have
Equip
extra
Akoya's
keys.
Felling Axe
I'll
skin
give
to
away
your
the
one-hand or
keys if I'm
two-handed
allowed
axes,
to.
or Tukohama's Crusher to your
I'll give you guys
one-handed
the
or
keys so
two-handed
you can
maces.
play. I'm gonna buy it just to support them.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic,
I just
they
want
make
them
the
to keep
perfect
making
sidekick.
games. Just keep making games.
Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
The highest pack is
Of course, it's not all about
$480.
dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all.
Ooh,
This
we
supporter
lost.
pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
So one thing that I think I'm pretty good at, it's not fun. So yes, variety does matter, but it's also Path of Exile gives you something to do.
Next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, yeah, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So yeah, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So yeah, that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you just got to remember, there's a lot of game to play here, to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1. Or other games, and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so exciid about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well,
that,
yeah, as we were
that new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how
Unmapped.
much you were part spreadsheet. I think I'm like I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
Coming up with our player profiles and Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exiled characters. Yeah.
the discovery part of me is ultra excited, and
Yeah.
and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely
like,
exciting
Halloween
to see
socks
how
on.
people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because, like, you know, 1 exalt, given that exalt is now.
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
the ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1 in PoE 2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like.
I
thing.
can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
Yeah,
then,
I
and
think
then
actually that
chaos
will
being
be.
the new
Yeah.
divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who
knows?
even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about
Yeah,
this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? At that
I mean,
as well?
we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're you know, now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think, really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course, we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. So I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks, at least, are gonna just be scramble of, like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, you know, that's always scary. You know, because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gyms work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are, like, completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. You know, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentences, like, actually?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's absolutely. We have
lot.
we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that stuff.
unhinged.
It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just, like, mixing.
You totally
things.
could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know,
Exciting.
got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure, like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. You know, I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. You know, the Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's, like, those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. You know, it's hard to predict, because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for, is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where they may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line, or even longer. and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that, and like, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company, like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less
What can
time
they
than,
do it better than
3 months away.
Diablo 4?
Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long-term, like really long-term things, like that span over years, it's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective,
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say
I feel like we're doing
personally
work
speaking,
right
the thing
now.
that- and we
What's
mentioned
our
it briefly
income?
about the
29?
balance and the
Yeah,
builds that are
we're
broken and all that.
up there in income.
That's obviously pretty useful to me, right? Plus, we have other systems in there, like the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong, we'll redesign it, we'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving.
One thing that really surprises me about grinding gear games is their willingness to actually just completely change an idea. They obviously have an idea they think that will work, and they'll release it. Like Necropolis, for example, comes to mind. And it came out and people hated it. And then they changed it within a week and they made it a lot better. I think that's probably one of their biggest strengths, honestly.
Pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going.
Damn, we lost
Of
there.
course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like have we even had like a?
We held it out,
closed
though.
Beta of that yet? Was it? No,
No.
I think we haven't. Yeah.
think
But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity
chat.
right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at in game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at in game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really.
Sure. I guess, sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that.
I mean, everything that their approach to game design, they're not just what they design, but their rationale behind it and why and the implications of it. This is very, very in line with how my mind thinks about it. Like the way that he describes problems and situations and atmospheres and his solutions to it and the why and the chain reactions to it, I just think are spot on, man.
Mana, and are we always going to be using mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want, because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not
Of course.
necessarily flask
So we've got Leech, edition number 475, is how it works. And we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be... No, I think... I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like, it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
Oh, we can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. We're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
Funnily enough.
you know, it's like it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, it's like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems.
Well, hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like we
don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Well,
liking
maybe it is
my
okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's
Stay away from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE1 league launches. Though.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from
you.
each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both of them.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So
Yeah,
stepping
so
up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts, there's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well, not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that, like I think a lot of people.
Kind of interesting thing about this is you can tell from the way that they describe it that these guys are like, they aren't just like these overarching game director bosses. They're like knee deep in all of these different like niche conversations from like the lore and the end game and what do stats do and what could they do and this and that and timelines and who's working on what. It's like they actually seem like very good bosses.
Really, it feels way more annoying, like, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you could just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, yeah. So
you know
effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on in the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now, in PoE 1, the beast was killed, and then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world, and effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
There's a puzzle box.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there,
Ismite history.
Started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised, and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background. And I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here. For sure. You even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this. Kind of
Legion, I'm not really into that much. That's with the units.
Chayula. I always say this wrong. The Acolyte of Chayula, for example, so that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So, and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the Acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So
there's a lot of thinking like that
goes into these things, like what is the history of these people, like because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So, for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. That stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, yeah, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line, and if you
fool.
cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement.
Oh,
in the
this
world,
ain't good.
They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore,
Such a
or
good
find,
idea.
and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before, we didn't even think of before. But yeah,
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons. There's
The baddies.
I didn't
being cool,
understand
mean,
that shit at all, apparently.
That's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow? You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
Cool.
all of a sudden it's like, we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely, come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow
sick.
ascendancy. Like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
yeah,
into you.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe
Sick.
going on, and like
Drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
it's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekhmet trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your Ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekhmet, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just
clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the Ascendancies. So, and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar.
That makes no sense.
It's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But anyway, the point being, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as is a lot in Path of Exile tradition. But
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like the exact opposite of most games where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to trade that away.
Effectively.
Yeah. So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
did the trial.
It is important to know that that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
It is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
bra-
You
not
did.
to brag, I did.
Well,
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching. I was watching him do the
You,
boss
you
fight
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah, you
that was
were
part
like-
of my strategic
I-
choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Second. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do
Never
Ultimatum.
done
instead.
Sanctum or Ultimatum really
So
at
you got
all.
these like 2
Oh,
roguelike dungeons
fuck, I
that
was
are going into
supposed
the
to
beta
use
at launch, but they're
Ash.
done very differently. One's got the honor
Okay.
system, which is like a separate.
So it's a
health, but
tower
based on and
defense,
scaled by
but
your
with
health, which I
Pokemon.
noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now, it can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
so
Yeah,
fully
right.
scaled by your character. You go in a tanky
yeah.
character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
No
thing
traps in
that-
Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah, yeah,
combat
yeah, correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then
so-
that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will
is
eventually.
a secret for
Yeah,
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So you know, people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend? Is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now. We're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before.
Goddamn, that Haunter's strong as
You
fuck.
ascend an Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this
He's,
stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's
He's
cool.
good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Var orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there.
Yeah.
And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get +1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Valobs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But
Yeah.
like if you think about we talked about enchantment, yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't.
I don't have the
remove all 3
lowest
damage
amount of
mods,
lives.
whereas before,
We're doing
it's like if
okay.
it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So
And then you told me about a new unique
Yeah,
result,
I did.
which I don't know if
wasn't
you
sure
want to
if I should
spoil
ask
or
about
not.
the
so-
unique one.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell
He was all for it. Okay,
it
great.
didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say
Said it was between-
changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example.
Okay, those
Now, that's obviously
motherfuckers
giving
are
up the
pretty
enchantment in a
beast.
socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like,
Look at these fucking skins they put in this game, though. They're like
100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being.
they're really good.
Or do I want the socket? It's just
Right.
quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
Corrupted divining of uniques.
Yeah.
Interesting.
yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher
overcapped,
maximums
yeah.
and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that. That
I
has an impact
mean,
on.
we'll guess we'll find out.
Yeah, cross that bridge when it comes to
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the classes we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist and you can go like champion.
So just to interject here, like I don't really want to talk because I don't want to interrupt them, but they're just talking about how their ascendancies
Wow.
are going. Yeah, I've been reading what you guys have been saying in chat. People are asking, have I given up on Diablo 4? I wouldn't say that I've given up on Diablo 4. I'll still be there for the season starts and stuff. This game looks like a game, this Path of Exile 2 looks like it's a game made for me. Looks like I can sink thousands and thousands of hours into this game and actually still feel like I'm getting something out of it. I can beat Diablo 4. I can beat a season in probably like 15 hours. Easily. I mean, Torment 4, full power, got everything. And then there's nothing to do. Some of you are asking me if I will. So, first question is, am I going to abandon Diablo 4? No, I wouldn't say abandon. There's a strong chance that this will become my main game, just because it's so much more for my personality. Then people are asking, am I going to make guides for it? Will I make a beginner guide? Will I make build guides? Yes, I will make every guide imaginable. I'll teach you everything about PoE, how to crush every single thing. I'll make god tier build guides. I'll make leveling guides. I'll make everything easily. Don't worry. By the way, so many people have subbed. Thank you guys for all the subs. I'll make everything. I'll teach you everything.
Okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, you know, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now, you know, opens up the world to what you can do. And same.
Jesus Christ,
Holy
Nexus just
shit.
gifted 100 subs.
Holy
What was that for,
shit.
Support.
We just
There's
ran
no one-
that
you don't have to
shit.
be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, making
guy's
sure
the
people
goat,
still,
man.
even though we have all these classes, we're embracing.
Yo,
that
look,
path of
we're
Excel. You can
actually
do
starting
anything
to do real
fantasy
good
that we
compared
want
to
people
some
to
of
be
the
able
other
to do. And
motherfuckers.
Thank you, Nexus.
if you don't want
Christ,
to
man.
go with the trope, perfectly
What a
fine,
guy.
Yeah,
and
so
you'll still be powerful.
it sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like,
Nice,
that's
we
the
got a
only way to go for it.
Lucario.
That sounds like
Because I
it's not
said
gonna
I
be the case,
teach you
yeah.
Well, at
stuff.
least if we're doing our
Kano,
job
I
right,
have a
then.
feeling you're one person that
And with so
doesn't
many
need
of the
any teaching
ascendancies
from
as well.
me, but
Got a lot of choices.
I'll
Originally
make
the
every
plan was
video,
to,
guys.
like,
Don't
have
worry.
all
I'll make all of them.
the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing.
Sorry, I'm going to stop muting it here for a second. Just to be very clear, in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, I think most people would consider me like I don't know, whatever you call it, an expert, a grandmaster at those games. And in PoE, if you've watched me try to speedrun it the last week, I'm just dog shit, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what anything does. I'm constantly confused. I don't know anything compared to the other content creators. I can promise you, I'm making you a promise, it will not be that case in PoE 2. It will go back to the Diablo 3, Diablo 4
Let's
things. I will
go. We got
study them. It will
Salamence.
be very, very different. There's no more of me being a fucking noob. It's not going to happen.
A PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you could,
Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes.
I'm going to let Callie
It's
go
not
potty
really
real
like,
quick. I think she
here's the
has to
PoE
go.
1 counterpart
let
and they're
Paul
identical
go
kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with, like, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, you know, the way they interact together, you know, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you know, like you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports to that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the you know, the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You know, you need to be thinking about uniques for the type of you know, for the that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and you know, like it does take a you know, like to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. So yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But yeah, when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, you know, like it just ended up being too much. So you know, now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. You know, there's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, you know, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. You know, like the changes to support
you,
gems
John.
and all that.
Appreciate
As
you,
we're
man.
also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate. And
Oh,
also-
it was so
like,
close. We
it
lost
is-
one.
It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
For sure.
yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day 0, a lot of some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, well, when you click
I'll answer all these questions you guys have once they're done talking. I'll let you guys ask me whatever you want. I'll answer it all.
a way where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's
can
actually
do
a very
stuff.
cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer, and I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
So
and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah,
you know,
like how much
going to
co-op
be-
have you really been able to test?
I mean, like we do test party play all the time. Like, and Mark's like,
But to
got his
find
whole-
all those.
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot
Lots of
going on all
options
of a
for
sudden.
that.
I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor
ting.
explosion on there as
Yeah,
well.
and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
Yeah.
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
Mr. I'll remember a $100 super chat. You're gonna ask me about crafting. I'll help you, man. Thank you, mighty. That's a huge donation.
It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well.
John,
Just
as
like
well.
not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
It's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their
exactly.
good
Like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, "Oh, Mark will nerf it then."
Like,
that's
you're
it.
supposed to be making games,
Exactly.
not hiding your
I
good builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever.
You're a
And I was like,
developer.
I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something
exactly.
from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But
they
maybe
are.
it's fine. I just wanted them to check. Just
Well, that's the
know
thing.
about
No,
that.
that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of
I've
that.
never
and,
played
and
Path
people
of
are
Exile 2, not
understanding
even for
what
1
the
second.
difficulty's meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because
Yeah,
because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has
That's
meant
the
that
problem
you
with
just need a lot of
Diablo.
things
We
going
get
on
2
there. But
choices.
I think
Do you
that
want
the choices
left
that you end up
Frost
with as a
Nova or
player
right
of like,
Frost
where do I
Nova?
put my model projectiles,
This guy's
where do I
saying
put my
5
PS,
is
where
not
like I
even
think
enough.
that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with
Yeah.
how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it.
You
Like
just
your
hear about
first
the
reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It's just
button do you
it
put
just
Frost
is what it
Nova
is.
on
And
is
so
the choice?
I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was a bit of a-
Arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly. That is
Okay,
less choice,
cool.
and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less
Yeah.
interest,
Yeah.
and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or passive
100%.
tree,
And so this
you
is
know?
the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way.
Yeah.
Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less.
Yeah.
But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like is that.
I mean, I agree because, like, for example, in the build that I play, on all the links that I put in, no matter what I'm doing, I always put faster attacks and momentum. Always. Just attack faster, move faster. Always. So if I only had 1 and 1, then it would change. It would actually make me change my build more and make me think more about it. So I think it's very obvious that this design philosophy that they landed on is great.
Okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in
I feel like
Path of
that's very
Exile, 'cause
obvious.
This is the best grenade, or maybe this one that
Cheers,
does,
chap.
interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But
You're
now I'm
speed
actually
running,
like,
though?
well, actually,
I would
there's a
do the
reason
same thing if I
could
wasn't
use
speed
those
running.
lightning ones.
You just
to
wanna
apply
attack
shock
fast and
because
move
I have
fast.
all these shock
It
support
would be
gems
the
that I'm not
same
using
argument.
anywhere else because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can
Yeah.
incorporate that into my build. I
100%.
can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot.
How you doing,
And that
mister?
actually is
And maybe
something I
you
can
only
support
use
and
that
do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
But it's like, you know,
exactly.
it's like that
The
kind of stuff I really
situational.
want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal
Yeah, yeah.
as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So
Yeah.
at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
Yeah,
or
I
something
think
like
for
that.
Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
people like that.
But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just
still
having to
making
make,
the
still
skills.
adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel.
Definitely, it's going to be way higher than
Yeah,
that.
yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes.
So,
I think that means that there's going to be a lot
like I
more
know
than that
100 of them
eventually.
or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
Yeah, I know,
still
no, that's a lot.
many
I mean,
major
because even
skills.
Yeah, you got what, like
because there's 20 to 25 for each of the
class.
for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120.
That's 300, 25
let's
times
say it's
12
just a bit
is
over
300.
110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. Yeah, I think probably 120. Around there, like that.
25 times
But then
12
you've also
Fuck.
got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has
300.
9 of
Shit on.
those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things
yeah,
on them. And like,
all staffs, wands, and
oh yeah,
scepters
there's the
have a
staff one
skill
exactly.
baked
Right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs one and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's, no one has counted recently. But yeah, there's a bunch.
But guys,
yeah.
Diablo
Skills.
4 has
Ascendancy
Tomb
ascendancy
Lord.
classes with skills.
Yeah, yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's
true.
tons.
Yeah.
That's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember
Yep.
you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack, and you can support any
Ascendancy
skill that comes
ones
from
was-
something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow,
Yep.
you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's yeah. So that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I
Yep.
can like Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah, see.
So like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really
I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah,
kind of.
absolutely.
cool.
So yeah, it's that actually it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE 1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all the this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent? More able
Honestly,
to, like,
it's not in our thing about
Haven't even
stuff
thought
we're
about
thinking
it?
about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least.
Yeah.
But obviously, skin transfer in PoE 2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that
that's gonna make
uniques
people
and stuff
actually
that you
wanna
want to
use it
use.
now,
So
I
yeah,
feel,
you'll
so.
probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
For sure.
here. So
Chillin',
just
just
as
been a little
an
busy. I feel
overview,
that, bro.
So we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah,
Because it's gonna be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the
Yeah, like
relics,
relics,
in,
yeah.
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that. Which is alleged to be the Trial Master. Then you
Alleged.
yeah, then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can
Bro,
spawn
Pincer
there,
kinda goes
and as well as
crazy.
mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas.
We gotta keep upgrading
like,
Pincer.
You get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas.
Yeah.
Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct end game
exactly,
too. Like,
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
Sure.
like
Or,
distinct
I mean,
end
I
games.
wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that
Yeah.
have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what
Yeah,
are we calling? What are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they
the
were
Atlas?
called leagues, but they're not really
Yeah, it
leagues.
doesn't really make
'cause
sense to
they're-
call it a league exactly. That
launching.
is what we call them internally. We just call
Yeah.
refer to them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a
we
name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it
Right.
was.
And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then,
Yeah.
you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. Yeah, that's that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
Yeah, it's fun. Oh, that's the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Because now you
I
don't need to
complete-
worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to
The thing he's
difficulty.
been looking
to
forward
high
to the
difficulties,
most
though,
was
because, once
killing
you-
Ooh, Flygon. That's sick. Oh, Andy's ranged. That's sick. Holy fuck, homie pulled it off. I cannot believe that. $900, we don't have that much. We only have 400. Damn. Lost 2 lives that one. We still got 29. We're sitting in second place, yo. Okay, Toro's got some CC. He fucking knocks him rolling. I like how they actually do, like, fucking skills that they actually would normally do. That's like, they put a lot of work into this. Why'd he stop attacking? That was some hoe shit. All right, we got 800 gold. What wave is this? Still not high enough to get that one motherfucker. $846. Ooh, sheesh. Yo, that level to pincer was a good idea. Let's get a Solomance. And then we'll have him catch that motherfucker. No. Catch that motherfucker. No. Catch that motherfucker. There we go. And we leveled him. Already killing him. Just murdering him. Solomance is still full, too. Oh, man. Easy clap. Bro, these two are the last two standing every time. This one does like an AoE shot that takes out mad fuckers. Oh, it was only 900 to upgrade that motherfucker. We upgrading that motherfucker next one. Oh no. Flagon got taken out this time. That's not a good sign. But our fucking pincer. Yo, that motherfucker's crazy. We missed 3 of them. Yeah, what up, Benny? It's Pokemon, bro. It's Pokemon Tower Defense. You see? These are my mons. And these are the mons that are about to fight. Oh shit. We're getting fucked up. My pincer's my only good one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any good counters for Clefairy. What's good against Clefairy? Ooh. Yeah, you get 99% of the total cost. Oh, that motherfucker ain't cost nothing. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. We're gonna make money this one. Okay, okay. We only lost 1 life this time. That was way better. Oh, we want that motherfucker. He got caught. We want that motherfucker. We'll take that motherfucker and one of these motherfuckers. And how about one of those motherfuckers? All right, we got 1,600. Oh, yeah. He's got 8,000 health and 1,400 damage. This motherfucker better do work. Bro, just 2-hit motherfuckers. Okay. Okay. Now we doing good. Okay. Yo, motherfucker, throw a ball at that motherfucker. All right, we got 1,400. Let's make this dude a little better. There we go. I see lots of money. I see lots of money. Looks like we're winning. Oh yeah, this motherfucker does work. It's gonna be 1,500 before we can upgrade him. 1,250, easy, easy pick. We'll do that motherfucker next one. Bro, we are doing fucking work. Now he's got 10,000 health. Bro, it's crazy. Like, look at how good these skins are. Oh, I can catch a Pikachu. Nice. We caught it too. Little fucker gets murdered quick because he ain't leveled up or anything, but we'll turn him into a Raichu in no time. Bro, we fucked them up. My last game, I was like, that was a trial run. Watch, I'll be great next game. No, I'm fucking shit up. Oh, hell yeah, we got Raichu. Look at that little motherfucker. I should level up my Salamence. I haven't leveled him up in a while. Damn, look at the Zapdos. That motherfucker's doing work on us. Luckily, that motherfucker was ground. Slash, whatever. Grass. I think it's grass and ground, right? I don't know. We have 1,500. This dude's 1,900 to level up. That dude's fully. Oh, damn. Salamence has a whole nother level up. Oh, Genghis Khan. Wait, who's this motherfucker? Oh, that motherfucker. Okay. Oh, I can make a mega Salamance? Yo, that's crazy. Okay. Fucking pincers now full. He's a mega pincer. Look at that motherfucker. Let's see what his army looks like. Okay. He's got that motherfucker, and he's got a little Zapdos action. Bro. He's losing lives. He's down to 1 life left. Like, none of ours died. Dude, we are fucking destroying this dude. All right. So we're going to back out since we're going to be the only person left in there. Let's see if we can get in another. Let's go. It's a different one. Different map. That's cool. We'll try it. See what happens. Ground Dragon? Okay. Okay. I love Warcraft 3 modded maps. Like, all of them are so good. And it's like, it's not even a mod. It's someone went into the game creator because they give you the opportunity to make any map you want. And they made this shit. They modded it all into it. Like, it's insane. The amount of work motherfuckers put into making games on this shit. But it's how genres are born, yo. A game could be created from this at some point. We could see a whole ass game that's just this, just not in Warcraft 3. Probably worse graphics because they're going to have to start over. No, they don't. Oh, choose your starter. Wait, what? Is it not? I think they didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, this is the right map. So I'm assuming knowing what Pokemon have mega evolutions and shit is probably a good idea for this. Oh, I picked a terrible one. What was I thinking? How you doing, Nunya? Yeah, I can get one set up if you guys want one. I just didn't know if we had enough people to even do one. If we had enough people to even do one. Ooh, nice. So, how do you lose lives? You lose lives when they get past your mon. Like whatever mon get past mine, those are lives lost. So that's why we haven't lost any yet. Shit, we're losing 3 lives this one. See? Yeah. So we lost 3 lives. Now we have 32. All right. I think we catch this motherfucker. Oh, we don't have any balls ready. 260. So I'm pretty sure this motherfucker has a mega evolution. So maybe we run it up with that motherfucker. Sableye expensive to upgrade off rip. Same with this motherfucker, but like this motherfucker kind of seemed garbage. It do attack fast as fuck though. Bro, Sableye was struggling against the level 2 Magikarp. That's not good. That's not good. Well, Cyndaquil was a good one. That's a good pickup. Having a Typhlosion on our team, I think, is going to be a good run. Oh, let's go. He's ranged. Might not be enough, though. That big motherfucker is a level fucking 35. Okay. Pick up the sheep. We'll try to pick up that motherfucker. Oh, wait. Can we pick up the Genghis Khan? Oh, we can't pick up anything right now. 351. We can get Typhlosion. That's a big step up. All right, let's use these guys as more of shields. And then, I mean, this guy could be a little bit more up front too, but we want this motherfucker in the back. But like, yeah, look at how good the fucking logos, the little motherfuckers are. They're pretty good, right? Oh shit! Everything died.
Oh, hey there, boyo! Lovely day for a boat wash.
More gold is required. More gold is required.
Bro, this motherfucker's healing. Alright, we're picking up Pikachu when we can. We're still on a losing streak. 600 and something, so... Okay. This motherfucker's starting to be a little something. Sableye not terrible. Oh, he scares motherfuckers too. That's sick. Only lost 2 lives that one. We're doing better. It's only wave 8 though. If I could pick up this guy, it would change a lot, but we're not going to be able to. Oh, we don't have the opportunity to pick anything up right now. Level 70 Venusaur, that's good. I think that's huge. Oh, he might not get a Mega. I might have been wrong about that. He is beefy as hell, though. That motherfucker just tanked everything. God damn.
More gold is required.
Okay. We're turning it around, chat. Look, other motherfuckers is losing lives now. Not us. 892. Let's raise that one again. We're gonna sell that motherfucker. And sell that motherfucker. You're gonna catch that motherfucker. Nope. You're gonna catch that motherfucker. And catch that motherfucker. Oh, Scyther's got sick attacks and he's super fast, yo. Insane pickup right there. Oh my god, he almost got it too. Scyther was the pickup right there. Alright, we're gonna pick up these cocksuckers. There we go. 870.
More gold is required.
I forgot we got that little motherfucker. We gotta start working on him a little bit. Let's go, team. Shush. They had no problem with that one.
More gold is required.
Damn, we got run through.
More gold is required.
Next one, we can catch this guy. If we make it that far, that is.
More gold is required.
I just heard what is quite possibly the filthiest hip-hop beat I've ever heard. I'm making a tier 5 stank face, like I just smelled a fresh pile of dog shit. It was straight filthy. My life complaint.
Oh, yep. That's Bart for you. Bro, and I thought this guy was trash the whole time. I just never upgraded it that much. But the Reggie Rock gets the first upgrade because fuck, it's so good. Yeah, it would have only gotten 1,000 health. This thing got like fucking 10,000 health now. Man, this makes me want to see what Pokemon World Silver's like. You know what I'm saying? But that shit takes way too long to fill. Motherfuckers be waiting for 10 people the whole time. Oh, this is one I haven't downloaded yet. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, it looks right. I took off next Friday. So I have a 4-day weekend next weekend. I'm pretty excited about that. I wonder if people aren't joining it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I just figured like why the hell not? It's like a accepted thing to do since we're off Thursday anyway. And like I haven't been there very long, so I'm trying not to like take too much time off here or there, but like man, I figured why the fuck not? I'm not going to have a lot of opportunities. Man, how many EV dailies did it take for you to get a legendary? I got 3 toadstools. $32 in a row. That's a fucking lot, yo. Is the EV bot working today? Oh look, Pops just got his. Pops is in here listening. Caught him. Oh, nice. So the EV bot was probably being worked on. Oh, wait, no, it's not EV Duel. It's EV Battle. Pops kicked my ass. Cheers, chat. Cheers, motherfuckers. That's why I don't really worry about getting higher level. I worry about mastering a specific level because we don't need everyone to be the highest level. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do with it. But I understand. Like having max level, like everybody max level is why we got like this many waves we have to go before. And their idea is that's how they monetize it. They wanna have it be a live service game. I dislike that too, and that's why I've kind of just seceded and stopped leveling. Or you should get refunded some stamina for running an adventure. I think that would be a really good thing because then it keeps you engaged. And it encourages you to seek out streamers and run the adventures with them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, that's because after you used it all once, you realize that, oh, you can use it all in a day. Well, fuck. Okay, I've got to fucking stagger out how I play it. This is kind of lame. I got on to play a game, not think about playing a game. Is it a weekly for you guys to vote this week on adventures? Because if it is, I'll stop and make it so you can vote on them. I love how I just soloed that guy. Okay. Wait, now there's dailies. Shush. Are you joining, Pops? If not, it's all good. I'm just asking. Because we're about to need you next. Oh. No worries. So these are what we got. Ah, 6 minutes. Alright, I'll minimize for 6 minutes. Let's be honest. What do we got to lose? What the hell is that noise? Of course it did. We didn't spend our money that round, so we lost a couple lives because of it. But now we can use that money to spend it on something big. Which is Kaboot Ops. Ditto's gonna be 200. Then he gets the ability Doppelganger. 4 seconds, brother. I don't think I can beat this one, so it's literally perfect timing. Ooh, Kaboot Ops was a good fucking call. Even if he can't kill Snorlax. Snorlax is a beat. Well, he did. Never mind. Let me shut my damn mouth. Look at that. We got a fabled chest because of that. Good work, bud. We're doing okay. Oh, fuck. I said that and then we got rolled.
More gold is required. More gold is required.
Fuck. We're doing bad this one, chat. I don't really like it though. It's just mainly because I didn't know what I was doing. But I guess I'll figure it out and I'll get better. None, yo. Called an accuracy 125 bracelet. Shoo. That's sick. Damn. I did a lot better that one. Maybe we up Gyarados a little more. That Gyarados is fucking crazy, yo. Damn, my Aerodactyl needs leveled up quite a bit. Fuck, he's only level 25? That's embarrassing. Yo, 2 people died before us this one. I say that as we probably are about to die. Damn, whatever they're... Oh, their fucking Raichu fucked up my Gyarados. That and the Flygon.
More gold is required.
Mewtwo or that motherfucker? Let's get that motherfucker.
More gold is required.
Shit, I don't have enough gold. Oh, it's over this one, ain't it? There's so many green motherfuckers. Yeah, it's over. Wait, we got one more round, but we're not gonna get enough economy to level it up. Oh, we did. Shit, I probably should have grabbed Mewtwo. He was psychic and shit. I don't know what I'm seeing. Some type of pulse thing all over the place. We lived through it. I think we'll get to level this guy again.
More gold
No.
is required.
Close. Let's go with Garchomp. Now he's at his final form. We can catch one. Let's go with... Oh, this isn't looking good, chat. Who knows? Oh, Garchomp. Man. Perfect time to rip a dab. Cheers, motherfuckers. That's a good I guess because it's remastered. If they didn't remaster it, it wouldn't be so large. That's just my assumption. I don't have enough money. I'm doofus. All right, so let's have him catch. Let's yeah. We'll catch that motherfucker. Let's hit him. And catch that motherfucker. Now we got a little bit of everything. Normally we don't go for all the different elements. This time I'm going all different elements. That's what I'm using as the deciding factor on what we're picking. Yeah, Pikachu runs in there, bro. He's fast as fuck, boy. We got a pretty beefy setup here. Do we catch anything? I don't even think we catch anything right now. I think we focus on these guys. Let's see, 390. There we go. Yeah, that was a good little come up. Now I got a war turtle. Yeah, he's a little beefy too. 1,000 health, 1,200, 3K health. Yo, what up, Theris? How you doing, buddy? Oh no. Oh hell yeah, we won that. I was like, oh no, did we lose that? There we go. Now we up good. Let's hit him with a berry. Yeah. Bro, Raichu's a fucking savage. Skarmory didn't even get touched. Man, part of me thinks I should get another fucking Pikachu.
More gold is required.
Fuck. We let 3 through. Yo, cheers, motherfuckers. Oh, damn. I've been neglecting this motherfucker. Let's fucking go. Boom. Done. You got it, bud. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You say I need Blastoise. Boom. We got Blastoise. We gonna get that Mewtwo at round 15 if we make it there too. Ooh, this is like all water. Let them fucking Raichus fuck shit up. Well, the Raichu and the Pikachu. Look at that shit. Oh no. We might lose this one. Oh no, we're not. Oh, that's my Blastoise. I thought that was their Blastoise. There was 2 Blastoises on the field. It was hard to tell who was who, honestly. All right, so we gotta upgrade him too. We can't just leave him down. All right, so we're at wave 11. We can't get the Mewtwo yet. Do we get the Hound? Or do we get a fighter? Do we grab this Machop down here? Or that Garchomp. Or the Gibble. What up, TLS? What's going on, dude? Oh, no. fuck. We let 2 through. What Pokemon is this? This is Warcraft 3. No, it's Warcraft 3. It's just a mod in Warcraft 3. Yeah, it's pretty fucking dope. Oh god. Oh god. Hmm. Let's see what other people have. Okay. That motherfucker went hard. Oh. Oh. That was us. Getting destroyed. Ouch. Okay. That's all right. Let's see how some of these motherfuckers are running. You know what I mean? Some shit I wouldn't think. What is that? Mega Pidgeot. Oh, okay. So you see a Pidgey, that motherfucker could be a Mega. He's got a Tyranitar, but he's got a Metagross. That's something that we haven't even, like, found one yet. Okay, so this is HD. Alright, he's got some of these motherfuckers. Oh, damn. Oh, he got a Lucario. That'll be mega in no time. Oh god, that dude just got savaged. Oh man. Falgarth had a rough round that one. Ramsist is dead. HD is holding it down. I wonder if this dude ends up winning with just one, bro. With one life. Nope. Actually, let's back out and see if there's any games already open. Oh, no. Benny said, shit, I'll hop on some Warcraft 3. Shit looks kind of fun. Dude, we could host in-house fucking Pokemon Legend duels too. Like, if we just got like me and you, we could just duel each other, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I got the battle chest. The remastered battle chest. I had Warcraft 3 from before, but I got Warcraft 1 and 2 are remastered as well. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and they look really good, honestly. Oh yeah. All of the fucking like old custom maps people are playing on here. Pretty pretty dope how games feel like this on a game this old, even if it's remastered. Shuffle, duel, choose your starter. Easy. All right, so now we're going to be dueling other people. It's not going to be PvE, it's going to be all PvP. Who we starting with, chat? Let's start with a Gibble. Okay. Okay. So let's get this motherfucker. Let's get this motherfucker. That motherfucker. And that motherfucker. Yeah, I feel bad for whoever's got to fight against us. Oh, yeah. Put this motherfucker up front. And actually, this motherfucker a little closer to the front, too, because when he's about to go down, he duplicates himself into 3 motherfuckers. Well, 4 total. But yeah, see, it's helpful. Damn. Bro, two of those big dudes, that's a lot. I'm not, yeah, we're losing some lives on this one. We had no Pikachus, bro, that sucks.
More gold is required.
Those Beldums are good. I should catch those motherfuckers. Oh, that ain't good. Okay. I kind of made a mistake off rip. I've got... Oh my god. Bro's got a Tyrannosaur already. That thing is savage. Oh, wait. We killed him. We killed him. Man, I didn't get either of those Veldums. Bro's got two Charizards. What the fuck? My guy ran through me. Those are what evolve into Metagross. Okay. What's this motherfucker? Is this motherfucker good? That little dude with the feather in it? Oh, no. I don't know. Is that thing good? I feel like that thing looks like it probably turns into something dope. Shit. We got run through again. Level 100 Pidgeot. Come on. Do some work, bro. Get us around 15. Oh, God. Nope. We're getting destroyed. Yo, Vaporeon? That's fire. Glaceon? He's just got like all of them. Yeah, bro. You got one of everyone. Look at this fucking guy. Yeah, especially because this is all PvP. This is other players.
More gold is required.
That's right. Mega Pidgeot. What's up? Rayquaza. I gotta get through another round to be able to level them up, though, which means we're gonna lose. Oh, yeah, this guy. This is Mel Beck. Bro got a Hitman top. Bro's got one of each? Oh, that's one. That's one. Okay. Brian got like one of the strongest Pokemon in the fucking game. Isn't that thing like the world ender? Or like world eater Pokemon? Cheers, chat. Bro, just. What do you mean? Put what in the file? You don't need to do nothing like that, bro. You don't need to do nothing like that. You just jump in a game and it automatically downloads the map. There's no mod? Yeah, no, you just go to custom games and wait for the list to populate. Yeah, it's all built into Warcraft 3. Like if you go onto StarCraft, they have the same thing. You just hit custom games or use map settings or whatever it is, and you can just play all the modded games. And it's not even it's cuz they're not mods, it's built into the game. They're using the map editor and just porting everything into the game. All it is a map, I guess. It's a way to put it. Bro just caught an Eevee. And a Ghastly. So Eevee's good to catch because you can just turn it into whatever you want. He's got Sylveons. Damn, he's savage that. How's it going over here though? Oh yeah. Let's see this last map. Or last. Oh, this might be the last one. Yep, that's it. Yeah. You just look up Pokemon and boom. What? Hell yeah. Right into a full game. Let's go, baby. Jump in one and or yeah, I mean like try to jump into one. And if you're not in one when I'm out of this one, I'll tell you and we can jump in the same. I mean really I could jump out if you want. I don't mind.
More gold is required.
Oh, that's smart. Bro, thank you. Holy shit. That's good to know. Oh, and you can get berries from that too. Oh, fuck. This ain't looking good, chat. I'm doing so bad. Off rip. There we go. Now I got a Gyarados.
More gold is required.
God damn, that guy is strong as fuck. Yeah, see, you are going to be able to learn things better than I am. Because I don't pay attention to a lot of stuff while I'm doing it. So I'm going to learn from you, motherfucker.
More gold is required.
I also need to... Fuck. Yo, at least we're not Mike. Mike already died. Capital D lost a bunch of lives that one too. Hell yeah, we got a Hitmonlee now. Yeah, it's good to know that. That actually really helps. Yo, cheers, there is. I rip my shit. Oh, what the? There we go. Got a game up and running. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, ride it out, bro. Let's try something. So you can start with Lucario too. Yeah, that's what I would do. Start with Lucario. Level him up. Then go with this guy. Damn, Porygon's strong as fuck. Pretty fun, isn't it, Benny? And it's not like super demanding. Most of the shit I've been playing lately has been like rough on my hands and shit, cause like it's all non-stop, constant go, 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 go.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yo, cheers, chat. I am straight wrecking this shit. This team is kind of ridiculous.
More gold is required. More gold is required.
Well, shit, here. Look at that. Just started getting put out. Here, I'll start one. We'll just do us two if you want. Or if people join, we'll wait a few, but then we don't have to like wait super long. 'Cause you're versus a computer anyway. Oh, hell yeah, do your thing. We'll sit and wait, and once you get back from pouring your glass, then we'll start. Just let me know when you're done. Cool. Yeah, nobody even joined. But that's what's dope. Like, I was literally just playing solo. All right, we're doing survival with starters, normal mode. Yeah, I think. Well, you know what? Oh, fuck. Damn it. Hell yeah.
More gold is required.
Pincer was pretty strong. Yeah, I like Porygon. He's strong early game. Well, Charizard's pretty fucking savage.
More gold is required.
Oh, you don't have a legendary by you? Oh yeah, you do. It's that motherfucker. If you throw a piece of candy at that motherfucker, it'll change it. Like if you got a legendary and you throw a candy at it, or the berry at it, that's what it is. The berry's not candy. It'll change the one you got there. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you knew, but hell yeah, good shit. That's what's up. Hell yeah. I got another Charmander. I got a Charizard already. Let's go. Charizard does like this big AoE damage thing.
More gold is required.
It happens, bro. It happens. Don't feel bad at all. You did good that one.
More gold is required.
Really, it's about what comp attacks you and what team you have for the comp. And where your guys are set up, too. Damn, that pincer came in clutch, yo. Let's get a Solomance out in that bitch. I don't even have as many as I can. It's just I'm going for like way quality over quantity. Yeah, Pori's the Porygon's fire, the Pinsir's fire too. I would put him back a little bit so he doesn't die though. Unless you got something with oh, you're protecting your Lucario. I see you. Okay, never mind. Let me shut my damn mouth. Let you play your damn game. Sheesh! I just lost a life. Damn. Alright, what do we got over here? I don't like any of these, but I'll pick up. Nope. Oh, there we go. Round 12. We're getting close. What the fuck? Dang, you fucking held that shit out. You're a beast, bro. My team is not doing so well. Okay. So, I'm going to make an executive decision. Yeah. I don't think I can put this into Solomance. I'm probably going to have to put it into the... Maybe I can get this guy Charizard. And then we'll have two of them motherfuckers. Damn, he's close. Fuck. I'm going down. Bro, holy shit. That was rough. Yeah.
More gold is required.
Holy shit. My guys lived. Let's go. Bro, they ran through my Mega Charizard Y like he wasn't even there. See what happens. Bro. That's it for me, bud. Oh, we both lost that one. Yo. New game. It was rough for both of us, dude. We both lost that shit. Yeah, that was an end for real. We gotta figure out like what are the strong mon. Cause like when you start playing PvP, bro, it seems like there's like it's hard. It's real hard. Oh yeah. Fuck around. Who'd you start with over there? Okay, Lucario again. You a Lucario enjoyer? I feel it. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah. I went a little bit of a different strategy this time, you know what I'm saying? Changed it up. Did a couple of like the same mon. Yeah, man. Damn it. That motherfucker ran away. Caught that motherfucker though.
More gold is required.
Hmm. What the fuck is that? Okay. I'll try to get that motherfucker. Lapras might be a good pickup. If we can pull it off. Ran away. 808. Oh shit. That was a hard round. I almost didn't make it. Had to do it. Had to put it all on the Raichu.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
What's that big ass motherfucker? Oh, that's this guy. He turns into that. Okay.
More gold is required.
Let's go.
More gold is required.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh shit, this one's pretty rough, huh? Fuck. They ran through us, that one. Oh, nice. You got an Aerodactyl. It did not help. Some of these waves are just hard. Oh, shit. They ran through my motherfuckers. You doing better than I am this one. Shit. I'm still losing lives. About to be down to 16. Bloop. Let's go, Golbat. No fucking way. God fucking damn. That dude deserves an upgrade. Or two. Fuck. Bro saved us. Oh God. Oh God. Nice, dude. I did not do well that one. So I think Pikachu's a bad starter. Cheers, chat. Which one was your starter? This guy. The Toxicroak. Toxicroak. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. I seen that. New game. Yo, you made it 2 rounds longer than I did. Yeah, bro. Golbat was a badass in that last one. Oh no. Oh no. Well, my starter is Butterfree. Was not what I was going for, but we adapt. How's your team? Oh, you got a cool team. I bet you got a dope starter. It's probably wasn't Caterpie. Bro, Rapidash looks badass. The fuck? Is that thing good? Bro, Rapidash has AoE, dude. Let's bring Butterfree back and put Rapidash up front. Oh shit. That was a little bit hard for me. Okay. I got a Gyarados. Damn. They shit on me. Good for you, bro. That motherfucker. What is that? That thing's badass. I'm getting shit on this one, dude.
More gold is required.
Okay, we made it through that one.
More gold is required. More gold is required.
I lost. Holy fuck, I lost. This was a bad game for me. Like a really bad game. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is you got to make sure you get a diverse squad, otherwise you get like an element that just destroys you. I'm gonna do one more after this. If this is over pretty quick, I figure it probably will be. No offense. All right, last game. We can play more tomorrow. We'll try that tomorrow. Let's do another survival. End on a survival. Torkoal's probably a badass starter. Dude, the Hitmontop just murdered my whole squad like they were nothing. Bro, Leafeon's good.
More gold is required.
Pretty solid team so far. Dude, we're pretty much right on par with each other right now. Bro, Leafeon. Watch this motherfucker. It literally stays full health as it's attacking. Oh, damn. That motherfucker savaged it. I didn't expect it to get attacked by their strongest shit that time, but guess what? Oh, damn, that's not even its final form. It's only level 70. Oh, if the drowsy wasn't putting it to sleep, it would have been fine.
More gold is required. Bro keeps teleporting. Oh. Sableye. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Bro, this Leafeon is crazy.
It just goes straight to one of them and just starts attacking like, oh damn, it got fucked up by their Gengars. This was a hard squad for us. Okay. Holy fuck. They fucked me up. Oh shit. Damn, I made it, but just barely. Bro, still down here just attacking and staying alive. It's fucking insane.
More gold is required.
That's it for me. I feel like we just get to a point where they just start rolling us. I'm wondering if I'm over leveling some, like if I need to spread the levels out more. Because I notice I favor. So, okay. That game was only like 20 minutes. We can do one more. I'm doing one more. That one wasn't even close. Yeah. No worries, dude. Get you some sleep. Yeah, I don't have to wake up that early. I wake up at like 8. Oh god, that motherfucker's OP.
More gold is required.
Oh, that's why there was two of them. One of them was theirs.
gold is required.
Hmm. God damn it.
required. More gold is required. required. More gold is required. More gold is required.
They just ran through us like that. Man. This game's not easy. Chat, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I hope you have a good night. I'm going to sleep. I'm late. Very late. Much love.